And good evening and welcome. So, Little Christmas Eve, that's what we call it around here. That is usually my childhood. The tradition was at 9 o'clock, you could watch on the one channel that was available, you could watch Indiana Jones, and that was it. That was my childhood tradition was that, well, technically, my childhood tradition was that I was put to bed just as Indiana Jones started because it was too scary for me to watch. So that's my recollection of Little Christmas Eve. And then not being able to sleep because it's Christmas tomorrow. But guess that's not really a thing anymore. Yeah. So my kids, like, they've been doing nothing all day, and I've been begging them to play with me, and they just didn't want to, and they just want to sit in their new bed and just play play iPad and just have fun together. And so I've been begging them, coming here every hour or 2 hour, and just going, "Do you want to play something? Do you want to go do something? Do you want to do 9 and 12?" And then, as I had settled after dinner, when they again wanted to do something together, then I was in there, and then I heard my son was like, "Dad," like, "Yes, what's up?" I don't have any presents for anyone. Perfect timing. So like, don't worry, I bought presents from you. Just, it's so lovely, like the realization the day before Christmas in the evening, just before bedtime. Oh crap, I don't have any presents. Oh yeah. Yeah, so now they started rolling up all the paints and stuff to make some drawings and stuff. So now they're having fun with that. So that's good. I don't really care what time they go to bed. So I'll check up on them during my first break in an hour's time, and then see how things are going. And good evening, good morning, everyone, whatever time it is. And yeah, so no stream tomorrow. Pretty common, pretty known to be surprised by Christmas every year. Absolutely. Just be the cool dad. Well, I do get a lot of points from just being a YouTuber as a profession. At least that gets a lot of street cred around around the school for sure. So being a YouTuber and driving a Tesla, that's a lot of street cred just like that. And I think I could get away with beating my kids and I'd still be a cool dad by comparison. Just because just because of that. Not that I am, but So a question about Factorio. Wondering though if you had any tips to tell without showing the what? You can shell without showing for Omni Bob Angel Run. Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it. I did not find the Omni thing very interesting. I found the most interesting thing was the purple color. And then from there on, it was just like Omni Liquid into Omni Product, into Omni Stones, into Omni Crystals, into Omni. And I was like, I just lost interest in it. It was just completely generic and bland. So I lost interest. And I gave it a shot because it was purple, and it was just, I did not have any fun with it, to be honest. So that got abandoned after a while. But that's a long time ago. So maybe it's different. I don't know. But it probably still not something for me, to be honest. How's the mood for the holidays? Well, yeah. Good, I think. It's the culmination tomorrow, and then we can, it's bygones, then the diet starts, the January diet, buying your annual membership of your gym and not using it for more than the first 2 weeks where everyone's going there, and then yeah, just all the usual things. Next year will be better, more healthy, less corona, all that good stuff. Yeah, I have to eat more, to be honest. Okay. I don't have that problem. Yeah. Probably exercise more would not be a bad thing, but yeah. Let's see. I have spring. Wait till spring. when the weather is nice, it's much easier to get outside. It's miserable. The good thing is, though, it is going to be a white Christmas. There is a nice layer of snow everywhere. Dry January. My sister does. Very impressive. No, I don't. I don't get the point of that. I don't get the point of just... Does that mean that when the bell tolls and it's everyone wishes Happy New Year, she goes like, ah, fuck. I can't toast in champagne because next year has started. January has started. Hey, Buffs, thank you for the 38. It's a decent chunk of month, especially remembering the Prime. Remembering the Prime for so many months in a row. I have to play Factorio. That here's more is my goal. Ah, right. Give you pass to the first day after. Christmas in the sun and beach here in New Zealand. Yeah, it's so weird. That's just, for me, like the idea of Christmas in snow, it's just, or at least cold and dark, is just, it goes together. Like Christmas on a beach in the sun is weird. Days only pass when sleeping. All right, yeah, that's also an option. Yeah, I don't know. I got plans for New Year, but to be honest, I would count them as 50-50 chance of getting cancelled because, well, you know, there's this Greek alphabet that's chasing us. Well, sunny Christmas in South Africa as well. 20 wool, you mean 20 fur? Oh, no sleep for you, yeah. Yeah, that's nothing. Yeah, that's luckily I did grind that so I can sleep. Hey Kashmir Goat, thank you for converting from a prime to a regular sub. Thank you. Good stuff. Finally gave trucks and tractors a good try. All right, Casimir. Well, you've done that before. You were the one who insisted to me when I was saying they sucked, and you were like, no, you just don't know how they work. And then I started doing it, and then you said they don't work. And now, does that mean that if you give them an honest try, that doesn't mean that I'm going to start not liking them? Because I kind of like the trucks. I mean, they're derpy, but it's kind of, as long as they can recover, I mean, as long as you can set them up and forget about them, then it doesn't matter that they're derpy and do stupid things, as long as they don't stall or get stuck. Then the derpiness is just entertainment value, and that's why I'm here. So that means I don't have to be funny if we can have some trucks being funny instead, so that's good. Yeah, I don't know what the temperature is around here. Probably something. Pathing is 10 times worse. Yeah, that's just entertainment. They're derpy, but they'll get there. They'll get to their objective. They'll go blue mode, and then they'll get there. But it is funny that when recording in a straight path, and then you look at them afterwards, they go like bounce off like it. I don't know what the hell's going on. So, but I guess that because of the blue mode, then it's not an urgent problem because they'll recover themselves. So, 1 degree in Copenhagen right now. Well, then since I'm outside of Copenhagen, it's probably like -1 around here. Because the snow is not going anywhere. Let's see. 0 degrees right now. In your opinion, when unlocking new power generation tech, do you go back and tear down old stuff for the redirection of production? What game are we talking about? Probably not. In Satisfactory, no. In Factorio, no. So I guess the answer is no. I'll eventually take something out, but for example, in Satisfactory it takes forever to deconstruct things, so I don't bother because you can't just, in Factorio you can just eventually just go like, yeah, robots, take care of it, get rid of it. Christian won't be like, no snow, sometimes rain and fog and cloudy. Yeah, but global warming. Backwards up the hill half the time. Well, that's great. Then it doesn't use any fuel, right? Oh, keep the original coal plant. Yeah, exactly. I also, like, I'm not going to repurpose that coal plant for anything else, so might as well leave it there and get a couple of gigawatts of power out of it. Like, that's kind of my thought about it. Hey, Scorks! Scorks, thank you for gifting a sub. Thank you. Alright, it's a bit past 8, so everyone who wants to be here has had a chance to get here, so let's jump into the game. Oh, wait, I'm just going to do that one, and then we'll wait a bit. Solving the problem. Oh, I was like, solving the problem with turbo fuel. Yes, good. That's good. Hey, St. Cabbage, good to see you. Look at that. You're using that emote. That emote, I like that emote really a lot, but it's just never being used. It's such a shame. I like it. It's a nice one. Like conscription. I spent the day because the kids didn't want to play with me, so I recorded the episode today for that is the wrong save I loaded. So good thing I didn't switch it over because it's the wrong save. There. Then we go into maybe anytime now. Looking for a game to capture. You're going to play Total War Warhammer 3? Yes, a bit. Just a bit. I think a couple of streams will be it. And yeah, it's not registering the game because it's not loading because the Satisfactory takes forever to load. I don't know why it takes so long, but there we go. There we go. Now we got it. Perfect. It's the nice green color. And we have here, so if you are Everlist or Daniel, then you can take a look at this beautiful factory that you have sponsored. Thank you very much. Oh, look at the timing. Look at the timing here. That is so nice to see. Sweet. Yeah, so I am going to play Total War Warhammer 3. But only for a bit because it comes out on the 17th of February, and on the 25th of February then I will be playing Elden Ring and nothing but Elden Ring. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Elden Ring, nothing but Elden Ring. No. Elden Ring, all of Elden Ring, and nothing but Elden Ring. That's what I'm going to be playing there. Oh yeah, so as I was saying, since the kids didn't want to play with me today, then I had to do something else, so I recorded the episode for the wrapping up of Astro Colony for the time being. So that's on YouTube today, and then I also recorded the Satisfactory episode for tomorrow. So there will be something for you tomorrow if you don't want to hang out with your family, if you do that on Christmas Eve. And then I'll probably not have anything on the 25th because I'll be, yeah. Well, actually, I'm going to be home alone because the kids are staying with my parents that day. So this is our 20 crystal oscillators per minute factory. That is pretty nice. And good evening, Mr. Tiffany, and good evening, everyone else. So this one, we should have a train here, right? Yeah, we do. Crystal. No? Why do we not have a train here? That's weird. Oh, maybe because I took it out for tutorializing. Yeah, we probably did. Good. Don't need that. Let's go to the new location. Radio control units. RCU aluminium. Turn on. Off we go. What recipe was oscillators? The default one. Because I don't have AI limiters in my network, so there is no way I'm going to be using oscillators. I'm going to use things. Oh my god, I'm crashing! I'm crashing. Hello, Inglorious. Thank you for the 24 months. That's definitely not 2 metric years. That's just 2 years. Yeah. There's going to be a lot of like ancient loop or old circle. There's a lot of synonyms for that. Why are you stopping? That's weird. Why is it slowing down? I don't get it. Weird. Yeah, loops. Yep. Antediluvian loop. That's also a... Yeah. Alright, so this is what we started building last time. Go, 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 go. This will be our radio control unit on a cliff. Because of the path signal you're breaking, I... See, that doesn't really explain anything. Because that doesn't explain why they're breaking for a path signal. There should be no reason to break for a path signal. I mean, just go there. Right, so what we have here is... We'll get rubber from here. We will get circuits from over there. They will also go down there and this way. And then we will get on this path, this will be... Oh, no. Aluminium. Aluminium. And then over here we will be getting the train. And the train will be... The first one will be outbound radio control unit. No, outbound oscillators. And then this one will be sort of inbound or into the train. The finished radio control units. So we'll have a mixed train here, and then it'll go over to some other places where it'll get more mixed stuff in there. Hello, Torman. Good evening. Will you build on the cliff? Maybe. Almost. We'll go over here. So what is important is that the moth is flying just around this corner. So I'm not allowed to go anywhere outside of this corner. This corner is the outermost area we can get, which means in this location we can now build, we have to build 2 truck stops and there. Actually, not the last one, do I? I don't know. So it goes up, and then right as it goes up, I don't think it should turn in. I think it should go a bit in here and then turn in, like 1, 2, and then this is where it turns in. 1, 2, 3, 4. And that one.
Our illustrious champion.
Hey, Kisu for you too. Thank you for the 10 months. Can Satisfactory a multiplayer game? It can a multiplayer game be, yes. But not for me. Because that would involve other people. Ah! Modular frames. How dare you? How dare you? Alright. Let's... See, there it is. Look how close it is. It's close. Yeah, I think that's the way I want it. But the other people are nice. Okay, then we clearly don't know the same people. Let's see, how do we get there anywhere the fastest? That one. That was the most pathetic jump you'd ever seen. Okay, so maybe that doesn't work. Oh yeah, you can't bunny hop when it goes up. So, no upwards. Alright, try again. This time, no bunny hopping. I'm not gonna build a hypertube launcher because it takes forever to build and it is completely useless for what I want to do. I'll build one when I need it. And I have one here. And now I need it. But actually building one takes forever. And I don't have forever. Despite what people may think, I do not have forever. Should set here for hive mind, indeed. Do I have this? 46 something. Yeah, that's fine. There. Ooh, wow. We do not have a lot of that. Oops. Well, that's kind of in. No, not really. I'd have to have 1,000 lights to even get 1 gigawatt of power, so I don't have 1,000 lights. I barely have 500, so not a problem. Stupidity. I have to go out here to get that stuff. Oh, whoa, hold on. Almost killed myself. Look at that beautiful starry night. So let's go over here and get some crystal oscillators. I mean, this is kind of the point of this build, to make crystal oscillators for us, for use in our factory, for the betterment of humanity. Oh, hello. Ah. Don't you know, people who need people are the luckiest people in the world. What? People who need people are the luckiest. Oh, that sounds like really awful. That sounds like the opposite of true. I would actually say that if you find yourself in a position where you need other people, then you're almost certain that whatever you're trying to do is going to be a failure. Bastard truck. Oh yeah? You're bumping into me? I did not. There we go. Now we're even. Okay. Ah, there. Hello, Yukip. Good evening. And I need to flip this. Flip, flip. There we go. Because that resets some of the other ones that did not work. Okay, let's go grab some other stuff that we're probably gonna need. We could probably, no, we have that. What else would we probably need? I have no idea. Maybe a few iron plates, maybe some iron ingots, stuff. Bling, bling, bling. All good. Whoops. No. There you go. Yeah, I'm not gonna get all the way up there. Damn. I lost all forward momentum like that. Damn. That's kind of sucks. That means the only way to get up there is actually with a train. Ooh. Great Base, where can I find the rest of the episode? What episode? You can either watch all of the VODs. There are 31 times 4 hours of VODs on my VOD channel, and otherwise you can just see some of the highlights of the builds, like that beautiful tower over there, triple motor tower, that kind of thing. You can see that on YouTube. So why is it so slow? I just don't feel that we're running. Does not feel fast. Where's the vault? I don't know what that means. Here. And now we'll try again. Truck station. Turn here. And it's really hard to place. Could be there? No. Damn, incorrect. No. Why is this so damn difficult? Here. One, two, one, two, and then that one. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. And then this limit here. That does not make any sense. It was literally just the link to the VODs. So don't know how much I can do except just saying follow the link and then you will find the VODs. One in, yeah? But it's not working then. Why is this so difficult? Okay, so you can't trust that one. Okay. Trust no one. Yes, perfect, finally. Okay, so that was what I wanted to do. Plastic and, no, rubber and something else.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Welcome home. Thank you. Luke, thank you. for how much? 27 months. We have a wonderful time. Thank you. I hope so too. Let's just get it over here, right? Not that I want it there. There. Go underneath here, up to that one, and then you go into this corner, maybe? No, not really. Actually, not necessarily. More like from this corner into... Fuck. Alright, well, I guess we do this one now. Ah, it's not even online. Damn it. What am I actually trying to do? I'm trying to get... Actually, I think I want this one instead. I think that'll look better. Then I'm gonna be very dead here if I don't put that up here. There. Let's build that one. Just as a safety precaution from here to the corner. I want to get it in all the corners, yeah? And get this one. Don't think I want this one. I think the grid one looks better as a support. There, so we have a grid thing supporting this location. Looking good. And again from here to... Goddamn miss. Here. Alright, so now it's connected there, and it's connected there. This one can then go to the other corner, I hope. I'll put one up here, just so I don't fall down again. Yeah, and that one. Yay! And now this is also powered. Yes. Good. I can take this out. I can build here. This one I can take out, and then this goes straight through. That's difficult. There. And ta-da! Right, so I think that's pretty good in terms of what I want here. So trucks can come up and they can go in here to these two locations. This one will be called something else. It'll be called RCU and then rubber. No, circuit. This one will be called RCU and then rubber. Unload and unload. Let's see. I was out within hours since Martina doesn't seem to believe in his airport. Yeah, I don't understand TikTok. This is one of those things where you just gotta accept that you're old and you will sound old when saying stuff like this. Like, I don't understand TikTok. I have no intention of trying to understand it. It's just one of those things that I'll just go like, well, young people of today, I just don't understand it. This is probably dangerous what I'm doing here. If I build it over in this location, should be fine. Good, let's go up. Okay, it looks way more sturdy now. I like it. I like this build. Yeah. Almost at the bottom, but not quite. Let's get close to this tower and go down. Excellent. Up. Alright, this looks sturdy, this looks good, everything's happy. Everything, well, there's a few things that are not quite there yet, like... Oh, I shouldn't do this. This is my classic mistake, because I don't have the power lines yet. Let's see, what do we want? We want to get... Here. This one we can do. Crap, this one actually takes paint. Ooh, so then we're gonna run out. Oh, right. Also, I don't have power on this line. Ooh, that's interesting. That's interesting. As in, how are we gonna do that? Why not Science Cliff? Because I like this. Sometimes I do things. Look at that. That looks good. And this belt is not ready. Good evening, Skippy. Taurus, his friend circle all send each other close-up pictures of their eyes closed when they wake up. All right, well, I stopped being on Snapchat because my friends, they were sending shit fees. So basically just taking a picture in the toilet when they took a dump. So I stopped using Snapchat. So I think I'd prefer someone just having their eyes closed. Yeah, so I don't know what to say. I mean, the thing I can say is like it could be worse. A picture says more than 1,000 words. Yes, like your nutrient balance is off. It only reinforces my opinion about social media. Well, it only reinforces my my opinion about people. So there we go. We draw different conclusions. This is just one of those. You gotta build it. So do it, move on, be done with it. Hope you have enough Mark III belts. Autosave. I wouldn't say we're misanthropically themed. I think there are some genuinely kind, nurturing, and optimistic people in the community. I think I might just be jaded enough for most of us. Let me see. Where's the? That's here. That one. So it's 1, 2. Like that one. Yep. There. And it goes to here, which then goes up, I suppose. Except it has the wrong texture. There. So now I can take this. Oops. Well, guess we'll find out what we do about it when we get there. Is that the right height? Nah. Is that the right height? Yes, because it has to be off in a way that... Because it's not this one, it's 1D. Uh-huh. And then it has to be built out of concrete. Yep. And it's actually going straight through that. Okay, well, we'll take these out. They're not important. And then I need to get into somewhere. Guess my team at work have me covered on the bad puns. Good. That one. I think I'll build it here. Not sure though. We'll have to go out and see where I get this up here. So and now it also turns out that this was not a good idea. I liked it though, but turns out it was not a good idea. Oh well. And Is it here or is it here? I think it's here. Good stuff. That is... Stop. It's here. 1, 2. There. Ah, good stuff. To the other side. But use inverted frame ramp where it passes through to look better. Inverted frame ramp. Yeah. Did that work or did I just... 1, 2. There. I like it. This is good. This is exactly how I wanted it. And then we'll just tap it in here. And these are gone. So are the ups. What are these? Good. We have now power, or at least fuel coming in there. The next thing we want is the impossible thing. That we always want impossible things. So nothing new there. I'm going to switch over to that one. And it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, I don't know, 5 maybe. That one and that one. Then I'm going to get... Does that work? Okay, so from this one, because I can't put the sockets on the underside of these, so I have to replace it with one of these, and then do annoying things like this. For every location that I need to put this in, like that one. Okay. That means I can take these two out. I can take this out and replace it. I can take this one out, and I can take these two. And then I count the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 maybe. Whole damn thing again. And from that one to here. Oh no, I have 4. You're out, and these 2 out. That's out, and Whew. It was this one. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's go with 7. Whatever, 7. Do these power stop things ever support? Yes, you can buy Mark II of those and then replace. I don't know if I don't think you can hot swap them. So how do we do this? We go from here. It's completely impossible to hit the right location. Maybe from here, maybe. That could work. There. This will now go across. Come on. Float through. Here. And this will also go across. So 1, 2. Knowing that we can't see the intersection at all. It just has to be. We think that's okay. 2, 3, 4. And that one goes out. And we can float back. Not very far, but a bit of the way. Get in there. So we can float here. And then we float. I don't know. How far do we float from this one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 maybe? Out. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Which actually becomes 7, but I'm lazy, so that's the world. The point of this is that anywhere I am, I should be able to look at the highway and just draw some power out of it. So you can say like, well, you're going to have like lights on top, or you can say you already have the power coming from the other side. So what's the point of sort of making a redundant loop? 4, 5, 6. And the point is to make a redundant loop, as well as sort of having a consistency that highways carry power. That's good to know. Otherwise, at some point when I need it, I won't have it, and then I'll have a massive part to rebuild. It's just, I think it's just nice to be able to sort of be consistent and say, yep, this is how we do it. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. At least we can see the one ahead of us, right? We can see that intersection at least now. And when I, for example, need to extend this truck path, then it's nice to know that we already have power on it. Somewhat regular intervals. There. Oof. One, two, three, four, five, six. Yeah. Hello, stream. They added info to strange shop you can collect? Nope, they have not. And welcome. No, the only thing we think we know about this is... Oh, that's it. I can't build anymore. Oh, man. That sucks. Because I'm out of, well, everything. Oh, hold on. Oh, the joy. I don't have one there. Damn, I can't do anything about it. And floaty up. There we go. Okay. So now we kind of have power that way. Then, now the next objective is to build the platform where we're going to build the factory. And then I'll draw these two lines up and the two products up here, draw that down, and then build, 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 and then bring it back up to that train. Good. Let's see if we can build a little car. Yes. I wish they would fix that, but I guess Christmas and all. Hello, Cocaine. What I dislike generally makes me drop Satisfactory is when you play Factorio, the more you play, the less you have to. And then I didn't read. Less you have to do manually. Same is not the case. That is entirely correct. Entirely correct. There is no scaling factor in Satisfactory. It's just your factory number 10 and your factory number 20 takes exactly the same amount of time. Only your own sort of tricks will make it go slightly better, right? There we go. Perfect starfish parking. Let's get a few of these. Let's get a few of these. That's the fun part. Satisfactory. What? Yeah, Satisfactory and chill? Yep. Okay, let's see. Maybe time for a break, I guess. And then we can go up there and continue the build. Let's do that. I think it's actually... I think the right way to do it is this way. Oh, this is actually problematic to start getting trains in here. Using this as a terminal. Yeah, should not use this as a terminal. Oh well. I'll start not using it as a terminal very soon. Very, very soon, I'll start not doing the wrong thing. But not right now. Right now, I'll continue to do the wrong thing. I was hoping you might remember. What train network do you... And I don't know. I don't even understand it, so that's the wrong person to ask. I tried it once and I didn't... I thought it was too complicated. And the train limit has, in my opinion, made it redundant, but... so, definitely not the right person to ask. Hello, Draco. Good evening, and thank you for the 13 months. Happy holidays. Let's jump in. Let's go here. Let's go over to RCU. That one and that one. And then I will take a short break. No path? That's not true. Oh, that's because I didn't do that. There. Alright, be back in 2 minutes. Don't go away. See you in a bit. Alright, welcome back. All the problems the kids have today, like have you remembered to charge your iPad? No, it's in the other room. Okay, but is it charging? No, because the phone is charging and the headset is charging and then the other iPad is charging, so we don't want more chargers. Like, kids these days, their problems are insurmountable. Good, and I need to break. Break. That's 125. There we go. Okay, so now we go down here, and then how? Let's see. Do we need to decide? Since this is really far down, then I don't need to build it like the minimum number of distance here. I could make it like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, for example, right? Like this? No. It'd have to be like this, right? Yes, this one is placed right on top. No, that's not correct. The flooring is placed on top of this. The flooring is placed on top of this. Yes, so that's consistent. What? Second prize is a set of steak knives. Third prize is your fight. I saw the best StarCraft tournament where first prize $100, second prize $50, Third to fifth prize, 10 bitcoins each. You don't want to be winning that semifinal. It's a long time ago. I'm kind of thinking this is going to be way too big if I build it here. Like all the way over. So I think I'm going to cut it out the sides so it's going to be in the middle. Sort of, yeah. Sort of not connected to any of the corners. But first, get some, I was about to say landfill in here, so we can just get built and design our building here. We have to figure out how many we want to build of the radio control units, and then we have to figure out what we're actually going to use radio control units for, because that's not really, it's not really clear to me. Oops. And the final one. Alright. Let's do the usual calculations. Let's do that over on the side. Do drones need RCUs? No, I don't think so. Hello, Zed Silvers. Thank you for the Prime and welcome. Brand new subscriber. Nice to see new people are being attracted. As I gradually scare off the old subscribers, nice to see a flow of new subscribers. So thank you. Alright, that is going to be an RCU. What is an RCU? What does it look like?
We are building an army.
If you see it, just yell there. Should be close, right? Should be close. Nope. I feel like it should be close to this part. There. Thank you. We don't know how many we want, so we'll just make that. So we have the alternate radio. This is the one we're building. And we get this in by train, this by truck, this by train, and this by truck. And we know that we can at maximum make 60 of these with the production of crystal oscillators we have. Oh, there was another. The Bell Tolls TV. Thank you for the Prime. Another new subscriber. Hello, Jeff. Good evening. Nice to catch the stream. Been a fan for a while. Used a lot of your videos for help with Factorio and Dyson Sphere program. Nice to see that it's not just Factorio, but it's also Dyson Sphere program. Spock TV, Spock DK, thank you for the Prime and welcome as well. Wow, that's 3 new Primes in a row. Can we get 5 new Primes in a row? I don't know why, but you know, could be. Maybe someone's sitting on a Prime. I should say it like all American streamers are. Subscribe for free! It's completely free if you pay for it. I have no idea what I want to do. I don't know how much. This seems like a lot. 10 circuits, 15 per minute. What if we multiply this by 10? Isn't that could be a good number, right? Glad to be able to support a smaller streamer and not the big mainstreams. I've seen a lot of your YouTube videos, so now it's time to get back. Thank you. Hey, look at that.
Come, steal yourself. We are building an
Aber
army.
Reaper, I think. Thank you for the Prime. And Noisy Pants, thank you. Also, that was the 5th Prime in a row, although not a new one, but thank you. Wow, 5 Prime in a row to trigger a Prime hype train. One more Bezo box. Yeah. And Warren ruining everything with the regular subscription. Nah. Thank you so much, Warren, for this and much other things. Do we think that that's a good 10? 10 is a good number, right? Sure. This is the only one. Aluminium casing is the only one that we need to make. So I will do here. It will be 45.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
And that will be here. A building. And a manufacturer. That one.
Tales of our
and that is 10.
Proliferate.
Ooh. First, Dear Menace, thank you for the 18 months. And then Simple Code Writer, the person who has suddenly merged into some other person. I'm still... Okay, good thing we didn't panic. Still can't believe that I've known you as Simple Code Writer for a long time, and I've always wondered who your other persona was, and just who's been supporting so long time. And then suddenly, that patron disappeared, and then your name cropped up, and I was like, oh, they're the same person. Oh my god. The same person. That blew my mind.
Tales of our endeavors.
Distant Axe, thank you for the 5 gift subs also, and that's paying forward from Matif. Well done, Matif. Good recruiting there. Yeah, this will be aluminium casing.
Tales of our endeavors proliferate.
Dust here, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Wow, it's we started with some primes and now it's 5 gift subs in a row. Thank you so much, and it's even the last 2 with brand new gift subbers. That is so nice of you. Christmas presents everywhere for me and for the viewers who now get subscribed. Oh, Akira, you are trying. You are just desperately trying. Oh, Jeff knows. You have to be uppercase C and no exclamation point. There we go, Akira. It works. Thank you for the 300. Yes. But maybe they also have other person. Ooh, yes. Maybe. Okay, so how much do I need? I need a total of 90 times 10, 900. That seems like a lot. That seems like a lot. Ooh, hey Warren, thank you. We're up to 97%. Thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. And that puts you in the lead for this hype train. And it's almost rolling over to a level 2. Almost. There's the bucket. 900. That's not good. Hold on, that's not even... There. This one will be buildings.
A gleaming
Hey, Trodok, thank you for the 1001. Good morning. Loving the new content. Oh, new content. What is the new content you are talking about? But thank you. That's nice to hear. That even nicer to hear. Oh, Astro. Yeah, that's good. I'll do some Captain of Industry between Christmas and New Year, like playing it here on Twitch, and then as I sort of learn it over on Twitch, I will make some YouTube videos of it as afterwards. Even though that will lower the amount of views on YouTube, because some of the people who watched it will be like, yeah, I'm not going to watch. I spent 4 hours watching him struggle with it. I'm not going to watch him for 20 minutes, actually know what he's doing. So, bleh. But I think in the grand scheme of things, I think it's better that I spent the time here on Twitch learning it, and you can go like, no, have you tried looking at the menu? It actually says you have to do this before that, or try putting foundations before, or, all that stuff. And thank you, PDTR, for the 200 joining in. And then I can be more succinct on my YouTube content on new stuff, because there's nothing. It's just not as enticing to just watch someone play a game for the very first time if there's any kind of demanding mechanics. If it's just like a story game, then you want to get the first time experience. Yeah. Frostpunk, I've played Frostpunk several times. Not super interested in it. Frostpunk is a weird game. Because of the story and the surprises, it's hard. It doesn't, in my opinion, have as much replayability, because you kind of, those curveballs, you will know them coming, so you can prepare for it. On the other hand, you are going to mess up in the first run through because of all the curveballs that are being thrown at you, so you should replay it. But replayability on something where there's this story arc is just not as great, in my opinion. Benoit, I don't know. Benoit Balls, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. All right. Getting 1/3 through the way to here. Basically, my... so basically, if it gets to level 3 hype train, then I will grant you a factory when we have one, of course. Whoever wins it, but not for a level 2 or below, but only for a level 3 or above. Okay, let's see. I don't know what this is, so let's just do that. How much is this one? This is making 60 per minute. Okay, so 15? That's not bad. Yeah, we're 33% of the way through. Yes, so now we're 42% through, so we still need something more to get there. So we have 2 minutes, and it could happen, but also could not happen. Hey, level 2 hype train is also nice. Okay, so now we know what this is going to be. This is going to be... Oh, 6 times. Hey, Fry Guy! Thank you so much for the tier 3 for 35 months. Thank you. And look at that. That tier 3 helps as much as 5 gift subs. Excellent use of gift sub. Yes, for anyone who is a higher tier sub, definitely resub during a train. Right, we're 66, 2/3 the way through. Ciao, man. Almost missed it. And good evening, Lumas. All right, so I think I can do that, right? I can have 5. A simple code writer. Almost there. Almost there. Thank you for the 5 more gift subs. We're at 92%. I think we can do it. It would be a shame if we stumble this close. Let's find the middle. And a Warren, 97%. Thank you, 600. Let's now go over and see where we are. We are simple code writer and a Warren are in the lead. And Jeff just king it over with exactly 200, so that we are at 99%. All right, well, let's see if we get stuck at 99%. If we do, then this is the good moment to blame Jeff for everything that could go wrong, which of course we will do. Ah, Natonius. Heave, heave. Thank you, Natonius. And Kamer Strack, thank you for 11 months. Oh, and on a 1 month streak. And Glancy or Glank, thank you for the 8 months of Prime. Thank you. So we have a level 3 now. There's worth. There's a factory to compete for. Try something like this. So that will be in the middle. It's absolutely not in the middle. How did it not go in the middle? There. I pushed it up to the edge to see if maybe multiple people would be jump at the same time. Yeah, I know. There's always another level. Okay, so what I want is, I'm gonna have 3 things in here. 1, 2, and 3 are coming in. And then the third one... Oh, that's a problem. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. Okay, so... So what if we did something like this? And then did a splitter on this one. And the merger here. And the merger here. And that would mean... Right, so this one is making... Hey, I'm watching the game. You can watch the hype train, right? Got my Christmas bonus, so Merry Christmas in advance. Thank you, Everlist. Well, thank you. I thank you in advance. Got my Christmas bonus, so Merry Christmas in advance. Okay. Well, good for you in advance. Well, you can't really get it much more in advance than what you... Then now, if you get it tomorrow, then it's not really in advance. Okay, so this one is making no copper to save on aluminium ingots. Nope, because I'm not going to bring in copper to this location. All right, 1 minute and 30. So Simple Code Writer and a Warren are in the lead for this one. It is an absolute and absurd amount of things I need. That's the advance.
More shall enter the fray.
It took a while to get all of that. Are you sure that you want to do that? Are you really, really sure? Are you really, 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 really sure? There we go. That was the Christmas Everlist in advance. Thank you very much. Whoop, whoop, there it is. Wow. Okay, everyone's a sub. Anyone missed it? Anyone didn't get a sub there? Wow, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that generosity. Well, I'm sorry, Simple Code Writer. This hype train is not for you, my friend. And if anyone wants to snipe, all it takes is 101 subs or 2k bits for this beautiful level 5 trains. Hey, I'm Deb. Yep. Absolutely amazing, Everlist. Absolutely. All right, so if you want to get in on 1601 bits to snipe, that's crazy. Yeah, so if anyone wants an irrelevant animal, then join in on the hype train, a resub, a gift sub, but it's gonna be now, and no one is usurping. I can't believe everyone is gonna take it, so with 1600 bits. Well, that's it. And I bet something's coming in after it types out. And there it is. Wow, well done, everyone. That was a cheap one. And thank you so much, Everlist. That is amazing. Wow. Good thing I was streaming today, huh? And now it says, summary of the hype train is 35 subs. I think it was more than 35 subs. Thank you, Twitch, for being Twitch. Time delayed snipe. Yeah, everyone, very much. Very much delayed. But thank you for that, nonetheless. We have a problem here. It's pretty obvious. The problem being the input for this one. I'm going to have 90. Plus 90 plus 90. That's 270. I think this is overly complicated. What I will do is I will scale this down and then I'll see how many I can actually build. This can be one. If you scale down to 3, the number is very nice. Scale down to 3. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking that this one scales down. Yes, exactly. Okay, yep, we're in agreement. That's also what I wanted, because then it becomes 60 per minute, and that means it's one assembler going in, or one constructor going in here. Much easier. So that's exactly what I want. What it also means is that I'm probably going to make 3 lines of... Instead of needing 10, then I'm going to need 15 to do the same thing, and that means I'm going to have 3 rows. Each row will consist of... Let's just make sure that I do this right. I think that if I do this, then this is not going to fit. No, it's not. I thought so. I'm pretty sure it has to be middle and then 1. That's the one. ECFC08, nice bright yellow. And then we need from Everlist a nice color as well. And it'll be at level 1, 3, and 5. And then the right thing is to build this here. And then the whole thing has to be moved 1 tile in. Yes. Okay. That means this is going to be the level and then 1 back. So that combined with... No, it's... Ah, man, why does it do that? Please, for the love of God, stop doing that. Don't show a line if it's not the right one. Okay, good. It was the right one. Right, so this one. Radio control. Scale down to 3. I'll have this one in here. In, and then I'll have... level 1. Level 2. No, level 3. It's level 5. Yeah. I'm just going to build 1 unit so that we can all be on the same page on what it looks like, and then it's also more easier for you to go like, you're kind of missing something, or that doesn't work, or something to that effect, or at least just comprehend what the hell I'm trying to do. There. Now that implies that everything is coming in from this side, which it absolutely is not. What are we getting in from this side? We are getting rubber in from the side. Maybe, no, yes, rubber from this side. Okay, so that could be this one. We are getting something else. Circuit boards coming in from the other side. Yep. And then aluminium has to come out on here, which will come out from... Doesn't matter which side it comes. Well, it does matter a bit. It's got to come down from one side. But the... Okay. So the decision is rubber and aluminium. There. They come from the side, and the other ones come from the other side. Because oscillators is on the train over on this side, and the other one was the circuit board, which is being unloaded at the truck stop there. So that makes sense on this side. Yep. Good. Does that make sense? And then I'll try reading chat for all the things that I missed. To do an AI limiter factory, can't remember if the update 4 base had one. It did. I will do an AI limiter factory as well. But yeah. What are the constructors for? The constructor is for making aluminium casing because I'm bringing aluminium ingots in. It might not be the best idea, but it's my idea, so how dare you? Oh, you know what? This could be closer, couldn't it? Like, there's no... it could be closer, but should it be closer? Covering the hype train. Awesome. My delicious memes. I read it as memes. You eat your delicious memes. That's fine. I could make it half a tile closer, which would do absolutely nothing. So no need. This will then be the output, which will absolutely go that way. Okay, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then an extra one because an extra one is always warranted. That's actually not so bad. I mean, I thought it would be like way extending out here, but it's not. The question is then, should I extend it out? And that's, no, I can't. I have to extend it this way. This is okay. I think this is okay. Snowball fight. It's a white Christmas this year. That's amazing. Chinese food. Okay, well, I don't understand that. And by I don't understand it, I mean I literally don't understand anything about Chinese food. My reference to Chinese food is an excellent Danish movie from the 90s. That's all I know about Chinese food. I'm not very much into any culinary experiences. So, and that movie is called In China They Eat Dogs. And it's on Netflix, and it's an absolutely amazing movie. It's very Tarantino-esque. It's basically like Tarantino, like we remember Tarantino making movies before he just made awful movies. It's very much like Reservoir Dogs, Pulp Fiction, the idea about some hopeless criminals that fuck up upon fuck up, and it just has these amazing dialogues. So, as I said, I don't know anything. Something roaming? Oh, you. Go away. It just feels so weird with these snowballs. But, hey, it is what it is. One more? Yeah, definitely one more. Oh no! Oh yes. Oh, that's perfect. Sometimes this is just streamer luck. What, is that a headbutt, Harry? Whoop. That's for you, my friend. Snowballs for everyone. Up, 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 up. Ah, my God, I'm bad at throwing. This is going to be a decent size factory. I like it. I like it. Probably going to run out of everything, but it's before we're done. But hey. I actually think the video I have for tomorrow on YouTube for Satisfactory is a good video. Now, I don't know if anyone watches videos on Christmas Eve, but it's still going to be there whenever you want to watch it. It's basically answering the question that has been asked a million times in chat and also in comments, like, how do you decide the size and shape and the location of a new factory? So I built it into an 8-step process that I'm actually using right now. And I think this is basically how I do all of my factories. And I think that's good. Jörgen to most TV, thank you. I do find the same way. I mean, not my content, but lately I've been watching a lot of Squilla Killer. He is currently doing a massive project. He's doing a Soulspawn master run. So, Demon Souls, Bloodborne, Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, without taking damage, being staggered, being hit, without any of that. No damage in just continuously. And that's basically 10 hours of perfect play he'd need to complete it. And he's done day 50 or something of trying to do this. And the thing is, like, he can just go through these runs and then 3 hours into a run or 4 hours into a run where he goes and then he gets hit by some random shit that happens and he goes like, well, I should have seen that coming. That was my mistake. Then he starts over and starts up again. I'm like, that guy is so chill. It's unbelievable. It is just absolutely. It is. I'm so impressed by just, and then sitting there chatting while just doing flawless execution of these 5 games that are just incredibly difficult. Yeah, I'd be so pissed. Exactly. That's the. Why do you use 2-meter foundations for floors? Goldilocks. There you go. I think that was good. That was a good answer. 1 meter is too thin. 4 meters too thick. 2 meters right in the middle. Goldilocks. Okay, so we decided that this was one. 1, 2, that one. And then 1, 2, this one. And then take that out. It's not going to be completely even. Oh my god, it's almost going to be even. It's going to have to. I'm going to have to move it. It's going to happen. This will happen, right there. So instead of being aligned towards middle of tiles, it's going to be aligned towards edge of tiles. And that means this one has to be moved as well to middle of tile. Steel Factory, YouTube decided I need to see a video on it, and the rest is history. Ah, good. Whoops, just gonna take some copium here. Good, that helped. There we go, that's the one we wanted. Alright, take all of this out. It'll now be aligned here. And then I'll have this one. Did I decide that aluminium was coming from that side? I guess I did. This one has to go out. Prepare to be spoiled for pretty much anyone. I can't watch anyone else do Factorio Satisfactory or really anything. Thank you, Tricorius. That's so nice of you. And it's I needed that comment, so thank you. Because I don't know why, but it just seems like lately there are a lot more just snide comments. Maybe it's the Christmas season of giving and then just giving shitty feedback. Maybe that's the thing. But honestly, I know what the real answer is. The real answer is that there are times when you're more receptive of feedback, and other times that you are not. When everything is honky dory, yeah, then you just don't see things that are not. And if not, then you're more receptive. So I really appreciate your compliment. It's very nice of you, spooky boy ghost, but I can also understand why the stuff I do is not everyone's cup of tea, because it's slow paced, it's methodical, sometimes it's a bit rambly, and it's definitely not for everyone. And it can be very technical, and I can understand the feedback that goes like, come on, just play the game and have fun. Why do you have to ruin it with all your calculations? It's not a job, it's fun. Just have fun with it, right? That I know that's like a normal feedback thing. I remember when when Dyson Sphere came out, right? I was in a fierce competition with the other content creators about sort of establishing a name for myself for Dyson Sphere program. Obviously, right? 1, 2, and there. That's just for alignment. 1, 2, and there, just for alignment, right? One of that. Hold on. 1, 2, and then in the middle. Let's see if that's correct. 1, 2. Yes. Okay. So now it is exactly middle. Perfect. And yes, it's floating, but it won't be floating forever. All right. So basically, we were some content creators sort of vying for building a name for ourselves, and I just watched. Of course, I watched the other in the field, and someone was like, "Yeah, I'm not like that. Those boring types that just go like, math. I'm here to show you a good time and have fun with the game." It's like, yeah, I know who you're talking about. That boring type who just makes it more into work than fun. Yeah, I know who you're referencing. That's okay. Yeah. Ah, plastic. Ah. The over the top actory style channels. Yeah, I can understand that, and neither can I, and that's also why I'm not doing it. But I also think that it must be really tough for the people who are stuck in that. Like there was a story about a Danish YouTuber, young guy, and unfortunately the reason why you even heard of him was because on a vacation he fell off a cliff and died. And therefore you sort of, oh, this famous Danish YouTuber who wasn't really very famous, and but in a way that he was. Then I sort of looked into it, and you could sort of hear the stories, and basically he was like doing kids YouTube things, and he got tired of basically like performing for kids. But that was like, as soon as he did something else, he just didn't get any views, and as soon as he did like his normal Minecraft over the top or Fortnite or whatever, or Roblox, then he got the views. But anytime he did something else, he didn't. So he tried desperately and tried to do some adult themes, which like he made a music video about, which was like really mature. So when his audience are 10 years old, so he wanted to show that he was adult and grown up, and he wanted to appeal to a grown up audience by completely alienating his current audience. And it was just like, and he never really found his way. And then he started doing like, it was, to me at least, it looked like desperation, like trying desperately to stay relevant and by doing more and more outrageous things. And just to try to sort of get, and there was like stunts and that kind of thing. And there was also like the hypothesized at least that he was holding a phone in his hand doing something for a social network when he leaned too far over a cliff and fell off. And yeah, it's I can understand that. Like you're really just pigeonholed, and I can feel it as well. Sometimes I can see it whenever I do a Factorio video that, in my opinion, isn't particularly good. It gets a lot of views because, oh, it's Factorio, yay. And then I do something where I'm like, I think this is excellent, and then it gets no views because it's not what people come to the channel for. I think, oh yeah, starfish. Oops. Yeah. So I can totally relate, but I don't think I'm going to be writing any mature music videos, and I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be hanging off some cliff doing TikToks to stay relevant. For me, one just sort of stay in the same line. We're just building factories, so we can talk about anything while doing that. It should be possible for us to play the game as well as chat a bit about this and that. So, unless you have other topics, I'm just going to be rambling a bit. There is this model. It's called the Boston something model. What is easier, trains or trucks? Ah, there we go. You're drawing us back. I don't know. I don't think either of them are particularly easy. You need a lot of... You need... I don't know. I think they're equally difficult. Or equally easy. I'd say short distances, trucks. Like across the world, yeah, trucks are going to be really annoying to do. So, yeah. Some sort of central storage system so you can picking up items all over the map. Yes, I do plan on doing that. I've started it, but then I felt that it was a waste of time to build a central storage for a lot of items when I didn't have a lot of items. So it's kind of like catch-22. Like, do you build the storage when there's only going to be a small part of the items there, or do you build all the items and that means running around like an idiot to pick up things? The one thing I do like my base is pretty clumped up here, so it's not running all over the map. And it also gives me a chance that someone comes in and then we stare at a factory like this for 2 hours, and then I go out roaming for things and they go like, ooh, that's a pretty cool base you got there. That's also something. Like if I just only had my central storage, then I would only go to that location and maybe you wouldn't see the rest of the beautiful factory. I mean, that's also part of it, right? Yeah, I think it's also the kind of... Trains are really late game, in my opinion. So having an option to do trucks before trains, I think that's a good option to take. And but so for a long time, it's just not an option to say, oh yeah, just go trains. Yeah, but you don't have that. It requires quite a lot of computers and a lot of aluminium, right? Does it require aluminium? What? No, it's primarily computers, right? Yeah, it's computers and heavy modular frames. So don't do it before you have computers and heavy modular frames for sure. I would say. Did you take a look at Timberborn? Nope, I did not. I was... And here's the fun part of being a content creator. I was offered a sponsorship to do Timberborn, and I went like, that's perfect. I was kind of considering it. So let me hear more. And they went like, oh yeah, by the way, it just ran out. Sorry, but we have this irrelevant thing instead. Okay, so sounds like they never had that one. They just dangled it in order to sort of get me interested. because it does seem like weird that Timberbone would do sponsorships. I don't think I've seen sponsorships on other channels, so it would be weird that they would do sponsorships. And I was like, okay, well, I mean, if they want to sponsor, sure, then I'd be happy to play it. That makes sense. I mean, it's a game that I want to play, but just never really got around to. And so if there's a potential sponsorship, sure. Yet, that did not seem to be the case. It seemed to be just another scam as usual. I once tried to expand my horizons a bit and checked out some popular YouTubers. I subscribed to his channel for like 2 weeks and he was okay, but here's one of those over the tops. Well, one day he released this "I'm so sad I'm done" video, and you expect there was an outcry of comments, and like less than a week later he released, "Oh, I love all the support." Okay, I mean, maybe it was on Twitter or TikTok or I don't know. I of course, like everyone else, watched Mr. Beast's Squid Game video because it's amazing. I mean, honestly, it is amazing. And then I watched a few behind the scenes, and then suddenly my feed was full of Mr. Beast video. And then I watched a few of the older ones and like some of the like what is the gimmick here? And then I was like, okay, they're all the same. Every single one is exactly the same. It's the same video again and again and again and again and again. I mean, granted, there's a new concept, but whether it is who can hold their hand the longest on a Lamborghini will win it, or hide and seek for $100,000 or whatever it is, it's the same concept. It's some kind of silly, trivial competition for vast quantities of money. And of course, Squid Game is, of course, a super appeal for his channel. It makes perfect sense. But I was just a bit surprised, like, how similar all the videos were. And hey, he found a format and it sure as hell works. And he's a cheerful character, and there's no doubt about it. But I just like, oh, okay. Well, I've watched like 5 videos, and everything about the 6th video looks exactly like the other 5. Okay. It's a formula. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I think. And then remember, middle, 1 back. Hey, Grande, good evening. That's a good thing that gun night. Yeah, sure. And now we're running out of everything else, so that's kind of... I was just basically, okay, so my point was with that is like, if you watch Mark Rober, you can also say that it's the same thing, but his challenges are always unique and interesting, and he has a very interesting story to tell, Mark Rober, while Mr. Beast tells the same story again and again and again. Random people doing trivial challenges for a vast amount of money. There we go. That's the concept for every single video he has. While Mark Rober can... It's, of course, centered around some kind of crazy engineering, but it's different challenges that get solved, right? So each video has a uniquely different story. That's kind of what I meant by it. Like, it's... I feel that Mr. Beast is extremely templated. That doesn't make it easy, but it seems like... And he was also had there was a interview with Marky Brownlee, does excellent video basically, where he basically like, I just look up in the dictionary and go like, how many something can fit into something, or can 100,000 something stop a train? And then it's like, yeah, okay, it is formulaic at some point. So I have no problem with it. I just thought it would be more, considering he's the biggest YouTuber, then I thought it would be more innovative. Is this actually just say can upload it somewhere? Yes, it is. It is available in Discord. So, as a patron, you get access to it. I know you are. But let me see, did you remember to link your Discord profile to your Patreon profile in order to do that? Ah. Oops. Oh. Well, that is my the one perk that I reserve for patrons. Okay, so let's see. I need 9 more of these. So let me make sure that I actually, when I get home and roam around in my entire base, make sure that I get enough for all of this. Modular frames, cables. Get some of this, more cables. An awful lot of conveyor splitters. Let's also make sure that we get those in. Just because. 50 maybe even. I don't know. Here. Anything else we want in vast quantities? Yeah, we need a lot of the small normal belts, and then we need a lot of those belts. Cool. Whee! Heavy modular frames. Can I get there? Yeah, I can. I'll just fly there. Through the Christmas trees. And heavy modular frames over there. Probably should have brought the other things before. 1, 2, 3. Reinforced plastic is okay-ish. Cables are needed, and motors might be needed soon. No? No. Let's just get our car. Explorer. That bridge is ugly. Hey, first time viewer, you know, with the flying drones in this game, what? I think it would be cool for them to collect the item and put things that you need. You did this! Phoebeus, you did that. That accident is on your conscience. Yes, well, if you check out my YouTube, the previous series for update 4 was all about the drone hub, and I have no idea. I have I'd say like 30 or something drones bringing things in, 30 different drone hubs. I had a gigantic drone hub that brought in everything I wanted. And again, we have this problem. So yes, I am aware of that, and it's not something I'm going to do because I wanted to bring in by trucks, trains, and drones whenever we do it. Are cats supposed to snore? I don't think they're supposed to. Alright, truckers. Hey. Got a jet. Okay, take care. I forgot the cables. I forgot the goddamn cables again. God damn it. Why did you not remind me on the cables? Hello, John. There we go. Oh, yeah, save games. Save. I need to get the cables. before before taking a break. Otherwise, I'll forget it. Hello, Patrick. There. No, there. Always cables. Iron rods. Yep, good. Iron plates. I'll take one more. Oh, the one more thing I want. Over here. That should be enough for the other type of belt. Counter thrusts. And yeah. Ow. Get my pack strain to come to quartz crystal. Remove the RCU. There we go. And I'm gonna wait. So, be back here in 2 minutes. Just taking a short break. And then I'll remember to save before taking a break. And there we go. See you back here in 2 minutes. Okay, I'm back and ready to go. Let's check a few things. There we go. Okay. Did we save? Yes, we did. And here I will go to the RCU. Not the ICU, the RCU. There you go. I'm pretty satisfied with this base. I'm really happy about this main train line here. I think it works really well. I would like to have a train line that goes into my hub though, and that's kind of what I'm not happy about. How much power do you currently have? I don't know. I'll see. We have 16,000 produced and currently using 8. Maximum potential is actually higher than what we have. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, so the turbo fuel tower is, you can see it there, and it'll continue. It should actually go up to here when it's done. I think. I think so. Yeah. This is 4 levels and it's reaching pretty good. So 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it's gonna be very tall. And basically, I'll hope that some of the Christmas days, maybe I'll have some time to just fidget a bit with that. I haven't really have as much time because I'm trying to pre-record as much as possible. So we got some videos for the upcoming days when I probably won't have as much time to record. But maybe you will have the time to watch. But so I don't know. In any case, I like having my rhythm here. Yeah. Yeah, this part we can always just generate per machine. It's 150, it's the same. If you do plutonium, are you planning on sinking the rods or using them? Or have you... I have not thought about it yet. I definitely want to do uranium plutonium thing because that's one thing I haven't done turbo fuel before now, so building a turbo fuel plant was super fun and interesting because it's new for me. And same with, I built a nuclear power plant, but it was really small and basic. And I think it would be nice to build something big and impressive and interesting, preferably one without any waste, because I think that's more interesting to. That's an interesting concept, and basically looking at it from a YouTube perspective video, like it's more interesting to have a hey, this is a design that does not have any waste. That's interesting instead of like this is a big nuclear power plant. It's just big. Like okay, that just means you have a lot of patience in terms of just stamping down the same thing again and again. Yeah, so yeah, turbo fuel versus normal fuel, they generate this. Each power plant generates the same amount of power, but they use fuel faster than they use turbo fuel. So that's the difference. Fuel is used at, is it 12 per minute, and turbo fuel is used at 4.5 per minute. You will generate waste. I think the plutonium waste is different from uranium waste. Plutonium waste can't be recycled. I don't think so. I don't think you're... I'm pretty sure you can do a no waste part. You can... Plutonium can be recycled. It's difficult, complicated, weird. Probably overly complicated. If Baked Bean has made it, it's probably overly complicated. I got Satisfactory for Christmas. I want to get started on co-processing plan. But I got the booster. So I'm currently melted. Oh, that booster. That booster. Yeah, I did too. I was, good thing. I got a bit melted as well. One day of just complete melt. Eld, thank you for gifting a sub. Appreciate it. And I did make a video if you want some inspiration for your coal power plant. And thank you for linking that, Jeff, as always. And the last row. Basically, don't feed the plutonium into a reactor if you want zero waste. Huh? You have to sink the plutonium rods, but not the plutonium waste. Okay. I thought you could recycle the plutonium waste. I guess I'll find out eventually. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright. There's no recipe that consumes plutonium waste and it cannot go into a washroom sink. Ah, okay. So it kind of is not possible to... Well, you're going to have to convert your uranium waste into plutonium rods that you can then sink and then not use them. Okay. I don't know. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. It's not really something that's going to... Oh, wow. Something that's going to be urgent anytime soon. Wonder if I even get that far. Like I'd really like this base to be like my my Factorio mega base in a book. That's just something that's ongoing. But I don't know. We'll see how if there's a continued interest, and then we'll continue it later on. But I don't know. I just really doubt that moving away from this and coming back to it. I don't know if that's gonna be interesting for anyone, honestly. That one. There. And 5 up. Its most effective waste strategy was the box of waste suspended over the void. Yeah. I think that was also that was just simple solution. But hey, we gotta remember that it's all about them clickbait titles. You won't believe what he did with his nuclear waste. I don't know. Yeah, prepare for raiding. I think I'm not gonna prepare for raiding, to be honest, because I've disabled raiding, so that'll be a very short, a very tame raid, to be honest. But let's see. If it's of course someone I'm following, then sure. But that I have disabled it because us white privileged straight guys get subject to so many hate raids that I just had to disable all raids on the channel. Oh, Total Eclipse. I think I'm following Total Eclipse, so could happen. I don't know. No, maybe I'm not. I'm watching Total Eclipse and I'm subscribed, but maybe I'm not following. I don't know. Let's see. How do I do that without? There. Oh no, I'm following. There you go. There you go. It worked. It worked. Welcome. Thank you, Total Eclipse. I just had to go over to your stream just for a second just to make sure that I was following you. I mean, I'm subscribed, but I'm not following. Oh. And welcome, everyone. I can't fly anymore for some reason. I was able to fly just happily along, and then everyone joined, and now I can't fly. I'm just saying, that's not a coincidence. Come on, I can't fly. What the hell? Oh, there we go. All right, so welcome everyone. What we're doing, let's see. This is my factory. There are many like it, but this one's mine. Unlike what the factory you have just been watching, then this one has a lot of sharp edges and corners. Not so many round things. Actually, nothing round yet. And what we're working on is a radio control unit factory here nestled along the cliff, just so that it doesn't clip. And welcome, Factory Muscle Raja. Thank you very much. What I'm doing here is I have my truck. I have a truck network, a train network. I don't have a drone network yet. But I'll have my trucks coming in here with rubber in this one and circuit boards into that one. They will be brought up here for my radio control units, which will produce 45 radio control units per minute. And then I'll have inbound here on the first wagon of this train, I'll have crystal oscillators. On this train, I'll have aluminium and ingots. And then on the second wagon of this train, I will be putting in the radio control units when I'm done. That's the plan. YouTube on train limiting as well as a YouTube video on many-to-many train route. That is way easier than the other method I asked about. Oh yes, good, Cortex. All right, I'm happy to. That's, yeah. Because if you want to use Hafola's train network at this moment, then you do it because you like doing things maybe a bit complicated. And I try to make first of all, I made a train system that I could figure out. So, which is kind of important. So yeah, I'm happy that you found it to be useful. Let's see, as the moth flies by, it should have a clearance, but not a lot of clearance. So anyway, Total Eclipse, if you're still around, there we go. See, oh look, no clipping as always. What have you been up to? Where are you on your series? How far? What are you working on? Anything interesting? I think every time I jump in, you're always working on some aesthetic thing, like making a really nice turn or some nice, yeah, anything that's very aesthetic. But what about the factory? Is it growing?
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sub.
Game Essence Dev, thank you for the gift sub. Appreciate it. From before, one was a really cool marvel to design, but yeah, train limit features really cut him off at the knees. Yes, it was. If you really wanted to train it was kind of hard to do it without either going absolutely insane on circuits, Factorio trains here, or you had to use logistics train network. And because I did not like all the issues with messing with circuit networks, then I always went for a many-to-many train network, went for the LTN option, a pre train limits. And then train limit came along, and then there's not really a reason not to use it, because it's absolutely amazing and it's such a cool feature. What? Oh, all of this is wrong. Oh crap. All right, let me see. Yeah, it was a static base today. We'll be returning to the factory next week after the break. Woohoo. Oh yeah, I heard you were a cheeky elf. See, if I was doing that, I would just be copying your content, and I don't want to do that. So no cheeky elves here. Yeah. Oh, this is the part where we wish there was some kind of template. Let's not call it blueprint because people think the blueprint is something else. But template would be nice because this is just copy 15 identical units. It would be nice if I could copy paste it somehow. And I'm just imagining, like, if they want to build a feature like this, do it something like this, right? Hit a hotkey, and this is now a group. I can build this as a unit, then I stamp it down, stamp it down, stamp it down, and it can re-rotate it, and that's it. That would be, I'm not going to say easy, but that would be an option to kind of do blueprinting without doing blueprinting, where you just build all of these, and now they're grouped together as one. And you can save it on a hotbar, and then it will sort of know what it needs to go in. That would be like, it makes sense, in my opinion. Yeah. Hey, Gamison Store Dev, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Thank you for the Prime. Got my sketches for design without global circuit network, which would use courier trains to signal request and trigger dispatches. Okay, sounds like a concept that would be interesting to do. Love your content. Thank you. Turn on the flashlight. There we go. We can see something again. Oops, yeah. And I guess we also need to... I wonder, do I have a lurk command here? Nope, we don't have a lurk command. Maybe we should have, but it's on the long list of things that... You know what I really need? This is... Okay, so the only reason for me to ever consider having a girlfriend... Ah! Why have you not noticed this? God damn it! It's clipping! You will not hear about my needs for girlfriends. There are more important things. How did I absolutely miss that? Ah, that's fine. That's fine. Cover it with a box. No. So what I needed a girlfriend for was the same thing as was someone who could take an interest in the stuff I do and then help me with doing it. But hiring someone to be a community manager is just way too much work. But it would be nice to have someone who was just like, hey, we need this command and this is there, like someone you could sort of would be part of it, right? If basically, if I have an unemployed wife who could then go like, this is our only income, so help us out with all the behind the scene things. That would be nice. An unemployed wife? No, that would not be nice. It would be horrible. And you know what? It wouldn't work anyway. Probably should just hire it. So naive. I know. There's a reason why I'm divorced. I have to complain. I did wonder about bill clipping, but I didn't want to interrupt the flow. You've been sitting there like, oh, when is he gonna notice? Oh, baked beans. That's not a girlfriend. That's just a friend. Good to have those friends. Then you don't need anything else. I honestly can't find the word for those things you can raise a belt with. Uh-huh. I'm gonna have to redo the whole damn thing. It's so awful. Because... Okay, so the answer is, obviously, The answer is this one will now be at level 3. This will be at level 4, and that one will be at level 5. And then it will work again. Yep. Yep. And then you can do this. Center belt through the floor. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. That's weird. This is gonna look nicer. 3, 4, 5 looks nice. Here, here, and then this one here. Ever considered playing Minecraft? No, I have not considered playing Minecraft. I mean, yes, I've considered it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to say I'm not going to play Minecraft if I hadn't considered it. So I have considered it, but upon deliberation, the conclusion is no, I have no interest in it. Okay, if anyone can see some obvious errors with my build, then it's okay for you to mention it now. That's totally fine. Okay, mask making floors, I guess you mean like this part. That's called souping. It's in update 5, and when you build, you can see where it says build mode soup. If I press R, then it goes vertical, or it can go like default. This is where it's normal. You can place 1, and then you switch it to souping. Then you can build many, up to 10 in a row. Mouse button 4 to only select same item when deselecting. Really? Mouse button 4? I have a million buttons on this one, but every time I click it, the DPIs change, and I don't really want to do that. Let me try that. So I select that, and then no, that's not what I wanted. Okay, so I'm in, and then I do. Nope, that's not a mouse 4. That's not mouse 4. I don't know. I don't know. Control plus mouse 4. Yeah, I don't know. I'll probably live happily without that for a while now. So. Yeah. Okay, so all things considered, the cost or the effort to redo this isn't that great. I mean, it's not. I didn't do that much, right? See, here I haven't even built the next part, so let's get all of the other lines as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's going to be mainlined. And even if it's not necessary, I'm still going to do these lines as. Okay, it's not. Sometimes there is point to not reading chat. I feel that it's been nighttime for a while, but that's maybe just my mood contaminating the anything here. Okay, so I will be bringing on this side rubber. Rubber will be here. That one. And then there. Yes, I think that's a good solution. Probably. Yeah, I need to get from this train the aluminium. It'll go down here. Then go underneath and then merge in to this. Yeah. And then go down. Nope, not like this, because I also need it for the other ones. Ah. So how do I do that? I'm gonna have to build splitters somewhere. I could build it at this level. Yes, I think that's a good idea. That one. Oh, that's an outbound. And then it'll go all the way over and then build 1, 2, 3. That one. And let's see, I will get a splitter. Why is this on the line instead of anywhere reasonable? That's an annoying place, by the way. Why could it not be there? Yeah, it should have been there. Yep. Yeah. And 1, 2. It works. It works. That is going to be how we do it. Yep. And this one will also be gone because that's not a great place. It needs to be changed to here. That's working. That's working. And then this one will go over to the next. Perfect. And up here, this one can also go over to the next one. Machinist. Here I sit, needing extractors instead of making parts for oil generators. The Machinist. I hope you're not named after that absolutely horrible and yet absolutely fantastic movie. Damn, that's a good movie. If you watched some Batman movies and went like, Christian Bale is kind of bland. Is he really an actor? Then watch Machinist and go like, oh my god, that is insane. He is unbelievable in that movie. It's my profession. Good. Good, good, good. Well, it was his profession as well. It's Genesis of Bale's crazy body transformation. It absolutely is. It is. But he's playing so well. He is amazing in that movie. It's crazy. And it's just so unnerving, that movie. That is how you should write a horror movie. The horror is not from jump scares. The horror is from that creeping sense of something is really, really wrong. So I'm not gonna spoil anything, but damn, watch it if you want to watch like a small and interesting movie that wants to say something. Right, thank you, games and stuff. The machinist, I always in awe of some of the things machinists can do. Yep. The machinist, Sebastian. I think that goes for pretty much any profession. Like when you really look at someone who knows their craft, then it's impressive what people who dedicate their life to a craft or a skill can do. All right, let's see. Once again, that is this one. We'll need to go to here. Okay, let's fix these first. I don't know, some very Scandinavian film theater vibes. Really? It had maybe some part of the dogma doctrine because it's just a small low budget movie. I mean, I don't know if low budget if you have Christian Bale in it, but still. Yeah. Right, we fixed this. We're back on track. I hope until next time we are not on track. Actually, the Machinist reminds me of sort of a period in my life when I was watching a lot of good movies. I was really good at, had some friends and we were all sort of competing to come up with obscure movies that the other ones hadn't seen, and then just go like, ah, that's so awesome.
More shall gather, more shall enter the fray.
Hello, good evening, Bartek. And thank you so much for that Christmas present. Happy holidays. Thank you so much for that. Out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. Well. Oh, if only that was a hype chain, then it would already be halfway through that one. Let's see. What is this one? Thank you so much. Dodge poggers. Well, there's a... If you dodge it, well, there is a way to get a sub without getting a gift sub. I've heard. Oh, this is not working. Because I'm doing the same thing again. I'm clipping through the same shit again. Why am I not learning anything? God damn it. Well, it is going to work if I just move the whole damn thing one tile in. Alright, so let's do that. If only. Yes, indeed. If only. And here.
A kind.
Hey, machinist, thank you for the 200 bits. You inspired our movie talk and helping on maybe starting a little train. And then here, pretty simple, just go that one. Goes from here into there.
Gesture.
And PJTR, nudge nudge, wink wink, say no more, say no more. Thank you for that, PJTR. For the oh no, no. Well, I'm just do it out here. That's not it. It's the next one. Just a couple more people to join. Yes, I know, but we have had an amazing hype train, so maybe that's why people are just all hyped out for a good reason. But it is a bit of a shame. We're at 3 minutes. Latonius, Patrick Bateman, or his role in the Machinist. I think the Machinist, but that's primarily because the other one is too popular. It's always good when you want to quote these kind of things that it is that you want to be the one who suggests a movie that people haven't seen. Like for example, when you talk about Brad Pitt, then I'll say California.
Our modest fellowship
He's
expands.
excellent in California.
Praise the sub.
Spelled with a K. Oh, there are a few more people. Warren, thank you for the 200 bits. And Smeagol, thank you for the gift sub. And Patrick, thank you also for joining in for the 200 bits. Yay, it's Hype Train. It's already level 3. Thank you. See, that means it is going to be a... See, that's it. Just a few 200 bits here and there. Thank you very much. 12 monkeys? California. Oops.
Generous.
Hey, Hatchu, thank you for the 500. That takes you the lead. And I mean, since it's a level 3, then it will give us a new building. Here. And no. Yes, there. Meet Joe Black. Isn't that where there's just a cameo? Which one is it where he's just a guy on the couch? Can't remember which one that is. Is that Meet Joe Black? This tree is in the way. Death, but also the guy on the couch. Ah, yeah, that's it was the guy on the couch thing I was remembering.
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sub.
Raise is up. Hey, Mia, thank you for the gift sub. Yeah, so oops, on this beautiful little hype chain, it is pretty much sponsored by Barthek with the 50 gift subs, and Hechu is taking the lead on the bid side with. Oh no, why did I do that? It should not roll there and there with 500 bits. There, so we've done this one up here. That means I can take this out. Don't need it anymore unless there's a mistake, then we'll leave it. The B train. Thank you, Baked Beans, for also joining in. All right, let's fix. Oh, are we done here? Yeah, we're kind of done except for all the stuff that isn't done. This is why am I never doing things consistent with building these kind of things? Then I start on one thing and then I start half on something else and then something else. Let's get this one done. And then move to the next location. That was so generous of you, yeah. Well, you can't have a diagnosis if you never see a shrink, right? So, ha! I have no diagnosis for my myriads of conditions because I stay away from them. Foolproof plan. And output. Hello, new today. And the output, even though it's completely irrelevant to have it on a Mark 5, then I like the idea that all transport belts are highest tier. And all of the feeder belts are the lowest tier necessary. Hey, Majin Goku, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Thank you. Wow, that was very nice. Still had you with the 500 bits and 15 seconds left. And Bartek with the 50 gift subs. But it was very nice of you to join in. And supporting. Thank you. And that is the end of this hype train. So, Bartek and Hetchu. Wow, those bit sides are cheap today compared to the subs. I'm glad I went to see a shrink. Actually got the help needed and the meds. That's good. That's also kind of the point. Then it does surprise me that you'll be throwing around serious diagnoses around as a joke if you actually are on meds. Because I kind of sort of refrain from that, the same as when people say that it's OCD friendly, and I'm always just ignoring those comments because OCD is a condition and not as the same as wanting to have your factories in a straight line. Not the same. Oh, hold on. Don't do that. That's incorrect. Belts. Yes. Beltalota. Oi, Beltalota. Oh my god, I'm so hooked on Expanse these days. I know there's a new season of Witcher, and I know that there's a new season of The Expanse, and I know there's a season of Wheel of Time. But I'm just rewatching The Expanse like it's brand new. Oh my god, I'm loving it. Even season 4, yeah, I'm loving it. I'm so hooked, and I'm listening to The Expanse on audiobooks as well. I have yet to continue with The Expanse new season. Oh, okay. Well, by the way, for anyone, no spoilers. The only spoiler, the rumor has it there might be continuation. Ooh. There are 3 more books, so rumor has it that at least some random website says that there's Amazon Prime is going to continue. That would be nice. But it can't be called season 7, 8, 9. It can be a sequel, but it can't be 7 and 9 because whatever contract with Sci-Fi Channel. So they can stop this, end the series and start it anew, but they can't call it 7, 8, 9. But I wouldn't mind. I want more of the universe, and I want more of the Belter lore and just culture. That one. Like the game coming about drummer, with drummer as lead. Oh my god! The funny thing is, like, you watch, you watch the trailer, and you're just here, and there's just something. There's something, and you see someone walking with her hands on her back, and you're like, "That's drummer! Ah, that's drummer!" And of course, it's drummer. I love that they can make sort of something as subtle as that just be complete tell, like someone walking with their hands behind their back. Oh, it's drummer. I love that. On the topic of more expansive TV books, after book 6 from the authors. What authors? On the topic of more expansive TV movies, after book 6 from the authors. What authors? Oh, right, the authors of the TV show. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, now I get it. The authors of the books? Huh? Ah, whatever. The thing is, like, maybe that's also just a leak to test the waters and see if people get hyped about it. You never know, right? Just to test to see if people go like, ah, or people like, yeah, quit while you're ahead. But I am, I'm as much of a Expanse fan as I was a Brett Favre fan. So even when Brett Favre was clearly too old to play and made more interception than completed passes, I was still like, oh, but he's so good. And even though he wasn't. See, how about that for a sports analogy? You don't see sports analogies on this channel very often, but I could whip up one just for you. I haven't got a clue what the Expanse is. Oh my, that would be so amazing. I mean, imagine watching the Expanse for the first time again. Whew. That would be so cool. Oh, I had a moment. I was watching something during season 3, and then suddenly it clicked for me that when I watched it last time, I was practicing Bloodborne and had that on the second screen, and I was making my way towards in the nightmare of Menses, where you're approaching and the brain is shooting those terror darts at you, and you go from cliff to cliff, and each time you go, there's this, which you get hit 3 times and you're dead, and I was just like some scene there, and I went like, Winter Lanterns. Ah, no, the worst enemy in all of that, all of Bloodborne. Cool. It's starting to be something, I guess. Never heard of Expanse before I mentioned it. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not really been a show that's been very well marketed. But then again, things that are spend all their money on marketing usually is not necessarily the best. Marvel. Do I have any clue what I'm doing? Not really. Okay, this is output. So let's consolidate output here. And bring it... Where do we bring it up, though? That one? It would like to come up here. That's amazing. That is amazing. I'd love to do that. Right? Or maybe even here's better? Awesome sync? Nah, we're not awesome syncing this. Because it'll then kill the entire rest of the base. And this is an intermediate product as well. Yeah. Don't have any floatiness out here. And that goes out. Okay, so outbound is good. Inbound, 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 inbound. Where is the inbound now? Oh. No? Oh, here. These two are the inbounds. Okay. So they need to also be solved, I guess. So I guess... that splitter on roof could be on the lift to neaten it. Could, but then oh crap, it should be on this side. Actually, don't care. I think I'll bring it out on the other side then. Isn't it gonna take up more space? I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, this is better. There. Yep. So that's easy. But this one will then need to go out. That's outbound, yeah? So... I have no idea how to do that. Five. Here, I think. And then I'll... So this is going to be... I think that goes something like in here. No, I actually wanted an in right here. One. That's not how it works. That's tough. Would it make sense for your hotbar belt lift to be tier 5? Yeah, well, I'm also using a lot of tier 1s, but I could like make like tier 1, tier 5. Sometimes it's tier 1s I use a lot of, like all the inputs are tier 1. All of this is tier 1. So sometimes I use a lot of tier 1s and sometimes I use a lot of tier 5s, so... Oh, right. So I can single tap to tier 1. It's a good idea. It'll probably... Okay, now I get it. That means we'll try putting that one on 1 and that one on 2. We'll try it and then mess it up. Cool. I think that's a good idea. I am going to get here. Don't forget my brake. I will not, maybe. It's just also important for me to remember what I'm doing, so that when I do the brake, I actually have a clue what I'm doing. Ah! Try again. I think this is better. And then I do the same things out here. Yes, let's do that. That's the plan. And 1, 2, 7. Alright, I think we can get this build done today, but whether we can also get it fired up with all the ingredients, probably not, because it's 2 truck path I need to do. So that's always taking a bit of more time. Anyway, we're going to take a short break, and then we'll be back in 2 minutes, and then that'll be the last hour before Christmas. I don't know if I'm going to be streaming on the 25th. Maybe. Probably not, though. So then I'll be back on the 26th with more Satisfactory. Be back in 2 minutes. Alright, back again for the last hour before Christmas. That despite there being several warnings now for trains, you do not get a warning if a train is stuck trying to go uphill and stalls out. Oh, okay, yeah. Good to know. Let's see if I can get this done. I'm here. Oh, we're out. We had like 900 of these. Oh dear. Well, that's gonna be not great. Well, that's a distraction. I keep pressing V. I've gotten so used to it. Aluminium ingots, there. Off to go. Hello, good evening, Daniel. You will be, hopefully, We'll be happy to see the video tomorrow with your factory highlighted. Now it's Everest and you for the green factory. We can see here over in the horizon the oscillator factory, crystal oscillator factory. Does anyone know what I'm on about? No. Split up at the roof and lower down so you could drop loft and the split up and no. Down from the bootstring. Another one down from the bootstring. Yeah, me too. That was on Saturday. I was broken. I had actually sort of halfway planned to stream here. That is the factory, and it says there in yellow on that little sign. Yeah, I was sort of like, yeah, maybe I'll stream tonight if I feel like it, and then I definitely did not feel like it. I slept until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Alright, baked beans, off to go shopping Christmas dinner goodies. Happy holidays. Alright, thank you very much, and you too, and I will see you on the other side. I need the colors from the winners of the last type train. So, Hedger and Bartek. Yes, indeed. Well done, Mr. Me. Just color master or color mistress. It does have a different ring to it, doesn't it? See, hey, the Tegavaro plant, aluminium plant. Still not V. And we'll go to the crystal. What? Unwanted backseat. No, it's... I just have no clue what you're trying to say, and I've read it 3 times and I don't understand it, so reading it a 4th time is not going to help me. So it's not because it's unwanted, it's just I don't understand what you're saying. So it's at some point you just have to give up. Just I can't read the same thing again and again and still not get it. Then it just becomes embarrassing. So I'll just ignore it and then go like, If you have a whiteboard nearby, make a drawing, record a video, put it in Discord. Yes, the the tools of the desperate to try to convey a simple message to a distracted streamer. No, yeah, okay. So it was what I thought you meant, and it's never ever gonna happen because it's awful and it's clipping. It's in a bad way. So never ever gonna happen. I can't even believe that you would suggest something like that. So no, now I get it, and that's a very hard no. Alright, I'm going to show you for anyone else who doesn't know what's going on. Like that crap. Never ever going to do that. I don't like that. I don't like it. It might not be something I need used to, but I don't like it. Let's see what else we're missing before we go out. I think we're running out, almost out of iron, so let's get some of that. Yuck, thank you. I'm on the yuck, team yuck for that one. Cables, there, rods. We'll leave it as it is and then figure out what we're missing when we're missing it. And go down here. So between Christmas and New Year's, my plan is to play more Satisfactory, surprise, surprise, but also giving a shot to Captain of Industry. That's a game that I've kind of sort of missed a bit, and now it's something release something, right? I think it was version 1, beta version something. I don't know what it was, but I think there was something recently released, so I thought it might be a good idea to take a look at it. And so we'll give it a shot, give a few streams of Captain Industry, maybe make a YouTube video or so, and then basically gauge on the interest. I know that it's during Christmas, so maybe there's a lot of people who won't be able to follow as much, but I'm gonna give it a shot and see what people think. And basically also what I think. I'm skeptical, and almost always when I'm skeptical about something, it doesn't turn out to be like something I'm totally in love with. So that skepticism is either it's because it's a self-fulfilling prophecy that when I'm skeptical, I'm not open-minded about it. That's an option. Or it's because there is something I can sense that is making me skeptical, even if I can't articulate it. Basically what I think is that it looks like, to me, it looks like there's some... Now, okay, granted, I have not watched it. I've watched, for example, Total Eclipse, watched his review of it, and think maybe, don't know if it's still around, probably not, but I think he's too kind in that review. I don't think I would be so kind. Let's say it like that. Oh, why did I pick all of these out? Undo. Damn it. Right. I think that there's like... it looks like there are too many moving parts, for me at least. Not necessarily for the game, because, hey, that's... But it looks like there are too many moving parts for me. And that can be just, but we'll see. I'll do my best to keep an open mind and see what we can learn from it. Is it here? Yeah, it is there. I'm almost getting used to this, Jeff. Now I can remove it, I hope. There. Okay, so that is the oscillators coming in, getting into these 3 lines. Perfect. Then I need the next one. That is going to be the rubber coming from below ground. Where should we get that? I think we'll build it on top of this. Let's do that. Can you say Barthik? Barthik, wake up! The color mistress wants you. And let's see, we need this going in here. So let's get this into a splitter. And I think I'll keep it here. Nope, he's not awake. Okay. That one. These are out. And then I think this... Actually, I might as well put it here. Reverse direction. And from this location, I'm going to need to do that again here. Sometimes when I build factories, I just feel like, oh, they're so generic, because how could you ever build factories not like this? And then sometimes I watch someone else and go like, ah, okay, there's other ways to do it. But for me, it's just like, how could you not like make nice straight lines, getting things in? Nope. Here. And that one. From here and... What? No, 1, 2, 3. Yes, that goes up. And this one goes down. Yep. There's but one thing that disturbs me with your factories, but that's a personal thing. It's the floating splitters. There's no floating splitters. These are not floating. Look how well anchored they are. If this thing can't hold up that one, I don't know what more you want. I can see that stuff like maybe that one out there is a bit sort of, yeah. I think this is really neat. I like it. Luckily, I like it. The connection is rubber. No. The stuff of the connection you can see is rubber, but you don't know about the rest. That should not be here. What the? That's not it. There we go. Is this outbound? Yes, it is. That will now go. Is that correct? Something got too far down. That I like. Another floating thing. So this one is perfect. It's getting circuit boards in and go up. Sweet. Now let's do the other one. That looks good. Ooh, let's not kill ourselves on this one. Go, 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 go. And this could be a problem. Okay. That one. It's really difficult to... Okay. Try this. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Okay, we'll do something else. Well, that's just gonna get worse, isn't it? We're playing vanilla? Yes, I am. See? This is fine. This is a straight line. Straight line. Parallel to everything. Alright, well. That's not happening. Yeah, soup is the greatest gift. Absolutely. Yeah, so I think maybe if that we are going to take this out. And this one. And maybe that'll help. Should make it easier down here. Actually, no, that's not going to make anything easier. Quite the contrary. Damn it. It's going to be exactly the same. What if we go the other way? Then I think it works. Yes. Is this one right? Yes. 1, 2. Okay, so it works. Gets up, and whether it wiggles one way or the other way, it's kind of the same. Moth clipped through the pillar. I can absolutely guarantee you it did not clip through the pillar unless it has changed path since the last 100 times it went through the same path. So it does not clip through the pillar. It is this much space, and that's all that needs. I'm almost tempted just to stand here for 10 minutes just to prove you're wrong, but we did do it several times just to make sure that everyone saw it. The second one, oh, that one, really? If that's the case, then that might be a problem. Then it demolished the factory. That's it. Off we go. Delete. Mass delete. Well, no one saw that. We'll make room for it and remove this pillar and move it somewhere else. Alright, so let's see. We now get all the stuff up here. It's not ready. I just didn't want to make it ready unless we knew that it was going to work. There. Okay, so power lines. I don't want to put them up into the ceiling. I think because I have so much other crap list hovering in the ceiling, and so I will not have the ceiling out here. So I think I need to build sort of maybe above this one. Yeah, we could do that. Is this a reasonable spot? No. Is this a reasonable spot? I think it could be. Yes. And how? 12 meters. 16 meters, for sure. Oh dear. Yeah, okay, so that's also not a good idea. Then let's build it at this location, I guess. Can we do the same thing there? Yes. And it will be into that one to 16 and the most difficult part of this one is figuring out sort of, well, what are the intersection points up here? Because we just like, is that it? Kind of, maybe ish, like middle of that ish, kind of. Or is it like this line here, or is it supposed to sort of link into this line? Either way, is it here or here or here? Maybe it's that one, I don't know. Oh, let's watch it. And grieve over the misfortune that is inflicted upon us by chat, of course. Oh, free fall. Free fall. Yep. No, it's not clipping. No clipping. No one saw the clipping. Everyone was busy looking at other stuff. It's almost clipping that one, actually. Ah. Got to go. Yep, I know, Random Max. I can totally relate. I wish I could go. This one, right? Is there even a point to having this one up here? Just seems so much easier just to plug them in here. You know what? Let's do that. I don't think there's any reason to use this one. It's just overly complicated. That seems pretty straightforward that I'd want to do this. That's not happening, but it doesn't need to be happening. Because this one can just go, okay, go out here. Yeah. That was actually not better. Okay, so maybe it connects on the other side. Who knows? Yeah, MK3, I don't have high-speed connectors to build Mark 3s, so. Yep. That's actually quite easy now. Oh, power lines, power lines, power lines, power lines. That's the least enjoyable thing, do we think? I don't mind so much like some of the repetitive work here, but the power lines is just, it doesn't feel like something that needs to be there. Yeah, I think that's the cleanest way of saying it. Like, doesn't achieve anything. Of course, it achieves the fact that it's power, but you can see that the belts are a decision. There's really no decision involved in the power lines. You just have to put the power lines in. So there's no sort of strategy you can apply. It just becomes a chore with the power lines. Yeah, electrolyte foundations, exactly. That would be up. Building power lines and they're not even hooked up to start with. That's bad. Alright. I think this is a really good build. Once it gets going, it's gonna take a bit of time. Oops, nope. Ah, that clipping, man. That clipping. How did I not see that? It's gonna haunt me. There. And should be straightforward to put it into one of these. For example, that should give everyone some power. And they switch to yellow because they are now powered, but they just don't have materials. Could be just a material that costs aluminium or steel. Exactly. Yeah. Or cables. But I don't know. I mean, I think there's also something about being sort of married to your ideas. Like, it's been there forever, so kind of taking a system and go like, oh yeah, by the way, that's now completely out. It's probably also difficult from a developer perspective of just going, yeah, but we like it and we spent so much time on it, and now we just give people like a bland option that's boring. Let's keep them struggling, even though it's not really doing anything. Or just go like, well, if you want it, it's a mod. There's a mod for it, which I'm sure there is already. Yeah, zip lines. And then I think that's actually a good point, because then you say, then you don't, in the late game, you don't care about zip lines, right? So if you have electrified foundations, then that's not going to be something early game because you have your zip line. So it's kind of, that means there's a bit of a trade-off as well. I like that. I like it when it's a trade-off. Okay, so things coming in. I think that the truck thing is probably what I need to do first. Am I able to make 2 trucks? Yes. There. And then this. I can't make the barriers along the side until after I've built all the all the lights. And I have 28 of these left. And I have none left, damn it. Missing a belt out of a constructor. North row. Whew. Okay. No clipping. How are we going to solve that clipping thing? It's kind of a lot. It's kind of a lot. Please pay attention to my builds. Okay. Yeah, make a hole. Yeah, but it's not like a full hole here thing. Anyway, you're saying missing some north row. Is this north? No, that's north. Oh, these? Oops. Okay, so just one of them missing? That always just... And, okay, that one's also missing. Okay, at least it's consistent. Oh, wait a minute. It's everything but consistent at this point. Since I'm unable to see my own mistakes, then no point looking. Okay, I need some color things, and I need to get that set up. So the rubber is going to be easy. The other one's not going to be easy, but it can be done. Let's go grab... It's that one. Oh, have we? Oh yeah, we have done it because it's only one. Let's go back and get some more color markers. So it has to go from that one, I think. can't have that many. Ready? Square spot starting from the rock. Yeah, I don't know. I'll figure out. Right now, just something. There. Good. Autosave. We'll find a way to do that. I don't really know how, but we'll find a way. Right now I'm more interested in getting the factory up and running. We would immediately move the factory. Yeah, so I guess I'm no longer a true Nilos. There's also the part that one thing is for me, another thing is for you, right? We'll have to find a solution that, I don't know, it has to not look awful, and like I'm just tempting right now to just remove a couple of those and then you're like, ah, there we go. Like just remove this part. But of course I need to do something else, and I don't know. Of course we were going to make a tunnel, but tunnel implies that you can surround it and that would be looking good, but it's only like half of it. So why would I build something out here just to make a tunnel for it to fight through? That does not compute. Do we know which one is rubber and which one is the... I think rubber is the closest one, right? I think so. Start recording. Let's go. It's so bouncy considering it's driving on perfectly flat concrete. Or asphalt even. That must be enough waiting time. Oh, I want to make sure that I don't bump into the other one. Unfortunately, I can't do that, so I'm probably going to bump into the invisible blue markers of the one ahead of us. Just need to go a bit forward, and then I can turn. Fuck. And I have to come back and remove that one. Trucks are fun. Yeah, they're fun, but that is completely unnecessary. It makes sense when they're not manual driving, but manual driving should never bump into blue markers. And it doesn't seem like the biggest change to make, right? If manual mode, there's no collision. Boom, done. Yeah, that's exactly how things are working in Coding Rise. But I mean, the point is, you can do things that are collision or not collision. So there's a function for collision and not collision. and then you can identify it. Hold on, circuit, but rubber's on that side. Yeah, they could be like, but it's things that the game already knows. The game knows about things that you collide with, and things you don't collide with, right? Since it marks some blue as don't collide with this, but do collide with that one. So a blue marker can be a collision object, or it can also be a non-collision object. So the game can switch a blue marker from collision to not collision. So that already exists in the game. And then it also definitely knows whether it's driving automatic mode or manual mode. So you know the inputs. Of course, it's still going to require something to do and test and all that stuff, but it definitely knows, and it definitely can turn these blue markers on and off for collision. And I'm just saying, turn them off for collision for anything in manual mode. And then maybe there's some other conditions that we haven't thought about, edge cases and stuff. But that's all. That's the fun of programming. Whoop. Q. Save. This one should be always what it transports first to RCU. There we go. Rubber sent to RCU. Nope. There. What? Then we're gonna hide nodes, and we're gonna enable the autopilot. Go. We're gonna go up. And I'm gonna build another one right behind, which will then be driving into the same. Hold on. If it explodes. I know, but this is the kind where I know that any developer will always argue like, well, you can't know that. Like, no, but there's a difference between. I also know what things product-wise make sense to change and what things don't make sense to change. Right? So, and then you can always go like, well, if it's shitty programming, then it's not clear. Yeah, no, but we're going to have to assume that things have some kind of structure. No, yeah, I forgot to remove the pause node. Yeah, you're right. That's also why I'm hunting it again. Well, that's the wrong one. Damn it. And here, hide nodes, and go out again. Okay. Next one is going to be a long one. I mean, I'm not saying it's a one-line fix. That's the usual thing, right? Where you hear people who have no clue about coding. Fuck it. Saying it's a one-line fix, right? That's the classic case, right? And okay, nothing works. Okay, nothing works. Really, nothing works. Try again. This is so risky. So not risky, but just so fragile, this one, because it's such a long path I need to drive. Alright, good night, Jeff. Happy holidays and enjoy. Writing the script and putting an apostrophe outplace. Damn, we're screwed then. Well, that's how coding works, right? Just a simple little semicolon here. Like anything, any sign can ruin it. That's the beauty of it. Like when you then see something that's just working and you know that there are so many things that just have to go right for the whole thing to work. Oh, fuck you. God damn it. I guess we're done here. So much for using the blue markers as a collision box so it doesn't interfere. And I'm stuck again, and I'm gonna be wrecked by the other. And now the other one comes. But the other one, that one doesn't care about these. Why is that? Okay, seriously? Seriously? What the hell's wrong with this? The automatic one doesn't care about the blue markers, but the manual mode cares about the blue markers. And now you just got ahead of me, so I can't drive anywhere anyway. Oh, that's goddamn awful. Okay, we have one place that we need to fix. Okay, so for anyone who asked whether trucks or trains are better, trains are less awful because they don't do this shit. Yeah, kind of give up on trucks. Exactly. And trucks are such a cool thing. But they just, if you have to deal with this crap, then all the fun goes away because it's such a frustrating thing. Like hitting invisible things, it's just the worst experience. I have to keep it moving, but really, really slowly. Good evening, Cybermala. I really just don't understand that feature. Now, the more I think about it, like, if I'm recording and the blue markers are not turning into collision boxes for the automatic one, what's the fucking point then? What is the point? Is it for automatic on automatic then? So that they stay at a certain distance from each other? That's the only thing I can imagine that would be the reason why you'd have that, so that they would sort of not bump into each other. But they bump into each other anyway, so it doesn't really work. They keep a distance from each other. Well, they actually don't. They actually don't. It's very often to see them so close to each other that they actually bump in and then they turn blue. So it doesn't work the way that we would think that it would work, right? Oh, it's absolutely going to fall off here. That's why they don't keep distance. Ah, exactly. Yeah, yes. So they don't keep distance. So that was the whole point of having that feature. My gamer just gave up. Now I am sad but happy at the same time. I couldn't stand his spaghetti anymore because yeah. Well, that's how it is. It's very hard when you have a certain build style, whatever it is, then it's really hard to play with other people if they don't have the same build style. At least if that is an uncompromising build style. If it's just, I'm sure that if you are, well, not actually. I did a collaboration with someone who had a much more laissez-faire attitude towards, let's say, the sanctity of a sacred path, and for this person it was as annoying that I was fixing things as for them as it was for me that I had to fix it. See, I'm not naming any names. Save first. This one will be circuit to RCU. Yes. And I will be... Funny thing is now... Yes. There you go. It's really sluggish. I've been pressing this button, Q button, for, I don't know, 20 times before it actually opened the menu. Alright, so the reason why I'm leaving this open is because I am going to get up here and fix the one that's... Yep. Yeah, you're right. If you have to draw some, you might as well use belts. Yes. But you can also... There it is. That one. And then we might set a bit more on this waiting time, because I didn't feel that I got enough waiting time on this one. Look at that. We just got bumped from this one over there. Sweet. Do we think this is the one? Oh, no, it's not the one. Although it is eating these quite neatly. But that one's also coming. Ugh, I don't know which one it is. So this is where you keep your distance. Ah, it's almost. Do you think blue mode self-fixing is robust enough to run trucks on actual map ground? Yes. I think so. But I wouldn't count on... let's see with this one. Yeah, so... Q. Let's see which one it is. It's good. This is the one. Okay. So... hide nodes. Go back to auto mode. Yes, they are robust and functional and excellent, and nothing bad ever happens with trucks. And it's just gone. It's just poof, gone. Should it be teleporting back up here now? It's given up on life. Or maybe it's just continuing down here and we're like, yeah, it's close enough. I hear something. Yeah? Oh well, I guess we'll see. Oh, this is not gonna work. Ooh, a hidden path. Ooh. There you go. Okay, so we have now 2 of the ingredients maybe coming in, but I actually think I want to block them a bit. Yeah, let's do that. Oops, we also have an acute lack of fuel at this point. That does not look like a straight line. That is not a straight line. That's good. We'll take it out anyway. That was not what I'd wanted. Unload? Okay, that's the circuit, and this one has stuff. Ah, damn. I want to take that out. So we can... There, and... There. Okay. Wonder if this one is ever coming. Oh, it might be that one. Yay. Let's just see. And then that would be a good place to wrap up this. When starting location, I think the northern forest looks great, so I would take that one. 5 stacks per minute, that's not a lot. But 5 stacks per minute is 1,000 per minute. I'm not using 1,000 per minute, so that should actually be okay. Good. Alright, let's go up here, and then use that as the resting space place. There. Cool, that's a good factory. It still needs a bit of sort of factory work. Tomorrow there'll be a YouTube video about how to design factories like this, and what you will see is that we have now, we are at step 5, working our way towards working on step 6 of that process. It's an 8-step process, and you can see that tomorrow. Today is the video on sort of all the things that are unique about Astro Colony, the game that we played on Twitch twice, and just basically wrapping up sort of my my review of that, and then we'll be coming back to that when it's a bit more ready for prime time. Anyway, I will wish you all a happy, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, whatever you're celebrating, and I'll be back on the 26th with more Satisfactory, so hope to see you there. Good night, everyone, and thank you very much for all the super generous both today and the other days. It's been absolutely amazing, so thank you very much, everyone, for your generosity and your support for the channel. I'll see you guys on the other side of Christmas. Good night, take care, and stay effective. Merry Christmas! Whee!